All right, welcome back. How's it going, everyone? I think I still sound about the same, but I have not been feeling great. So, been kind of relaxing a bit. I was just messing around with a nuclear reactor design. I don't have the actual blueprint, but I can show you what it looks like. Do you ever start building, have you ever you start building something, you have no idea why, but like a pattern emerges, and then you're like, ooh, pattern. And then you want to continue the pattern. It's a very silly way to do a nuclear reactor, but heat pipes, looking like a flower or something, it could be interesting. Dry weather usually causes bloody nose. Yeah, I feel like I'm dehydrated or something. No, I'm not gonna use the cam because again, I, I'm getting nosebleeds because I'll scratch at my nose because it's irritating me, and then I don't even realize I'm like all covered in blood. It's gross. You've seen enough of me. You know what I look like for today. For now. Okay, where was we? I remember the last main thing that I did. We always want these things running, these compost plants. They are slow. So... less than 1,000? I'd say that shit's hit the fan if our biomass count is down to 1,000. I'll concede we don't need to constantly task the drones with it by pushing it into an active provider. But let's do it like... game's so laggy. We'll just put them into passive providers for now. I want to have good available biomass on demand. Yeah, a humidifier might go a long way. I think you're right. It feels like I'm dehydrated no matter how much water I drink. Maybe it's... I'm from Michigan, so I'm used to the cold winter, but this office that I'm in is actually really close to the outer wall and quite cold. I mean, I'm used to having my office like in the basement or something, so... Alright, fine. Grumble, grumble, grumble. On my barrel or no barrel? Make barrels. Infinity barrels. Clockwork turned it off. I don't think you understand. I want all of the barrels. I'm gonna have a barrel palace. I'm gonna collect every fluid in a barrel and build a house. It'll be all colorful. I was actually just wondering if there's a way that I could use the selector combinator to quickly cycle through all of the barrel recipes and find every fluid and then compare that against which ones we have barreled and which ones we don't, so that I know which ones to hunt down. feel like there's something more useful than this in the selector. Gotta admit, I have not played with the selector combinator nearly as much as I'd liked. Page is way too long. Look at all these items. Gosh. I'll never collect them all. Alright, so that just literally counts the number of inputs. Very useful. Neat. This thing doesn't actually set recipe because it is an auto-barreler. Makes it a little bit different than other machine types. Surely there's a way to do stuff with circuits that could be fun. I feel like wasting my entire day today just playing with circuitry. Because I'm not going to be productive, so might as well make a doodad. I honestly find these to be quite useful. I've used them quite often since I made them. Just for simple things like today I was getting ready to do Kovarex stuff in a solo playthrough that I was doing just a couple hours a day. You know, who has enough time to... whoever really gets their fix of playing Factorio. And so yeah, technology, uranium. Technically, it's the fourth science pack. Like, we could do it. We could do freaking nuclear. But just like vanilla, I assume that it's going to be a big lag time from when you get the process started to when you actually get to benefit from it. So anyway, I was using the timer to see how long it took me to actually get the Kovarex required number of uraniums available. And I was also using a sound effect based on the number of working machines, so that I had a global alert for when uranium was ready. And I just used the counter to see how much I had available because I want to know how much I can actually consume running the nuclear reactor. Nuclear is not something I've actually done very often. I'm almost always a solar player, but I like the concept of nuclear a little. I just changed the order and it didn't complain, so I think that nuclear could be researched yet. already. See? We could be doing it right now. If we click on it, there's no other dependencies. We've done them all. But I was trying to get us to trains. Freaking trains. But trains requires nuclear, so... Hawkmore was joking around about, oh, just do Kovarex in Pyanodons, and I don't wanna. I don't wanna. Oh god, let's at least look at it, I guess. So the uranium mining drill is going to use stuff. Advanced small parts, which I don't think we've automated yet. So maybe that's my project for today. Hit the ground running on advanced small parts. Say F you guys to science and let you guys all figure it out because I'm done. I've tried a lot to make science happen. But it's like fetch. It just won't happen. Start with good old 1 per second, please. A pretty sizable number of bolts. Like 3 is actually maybe going to be a good number. 1 whole machine. Okay, this looks not too bad. We're going to attempt to be smart. We're going to use subfloors and plan ahead, because it looks simple, but it's going to get ballooned out. I just know it. I can import the small parts, because I made a build for that. The bolts and the iron 6 is just iron. Let's start with a subfloor for iron type products, I guess. Technically, if we're going to do that, we might as well make the small parts locally as well. We'll do that. Open a subfloor for small parts. Oh, I can't. Well, I think am I allowed to put it up there, maybe? No, you gotta add it at the very, very first page, I guess. Darn. Almost looks like this just might be a matter of just doing the assembly. Sounds like something we should do in the bot mall. Hehe. No, fine, I won't. I'm trying playing with the recipe icons on today instead of the tags. The tags are the little words everywhere that kind of make the map look incredibly dense and busy. And this gives the buildings color, so it kind of changes the feel. Which is a nice change of pace for me. I could totally fit a requester station here, right? No one's using this for anything. Not really. Are we still in 2.4, I assume? For your blueprint book? Must be, right? Well, if I want to click that button, I need to have a big list of stuff to actually order. that's called belt. No. Thoroughly confusing name. I mean, I could practically just like click on every icon and probably it'll all show up. What's this one? This? Stainless steel. Ooh. I don't think we have that yet. One's coming up, but I want to forget that one. Is it this one? I think it is. No. I already clicked that one. Dang it. What the hell is that thing called? Like a wavy thing to it. I hate how you can't type. Like, there's no tooltips while you're trying to type these things in. It's so dumb. Nylon. Sure it's not a metal plate? Wow. Good call. That does not look like nylon to me. Nylons are like something you wear underneath your clothes. They're like underpants practically.
It's over 9,000!
Don't you think? Alright, and with the very last request slot, we get small parts. Used every single one. Basically, Jesus! Thank you for your sub. I have to make sure I didn't destroy any of the little build here. Talkmore, I noticed that you, between version 2.3 and 2.4, you like... 2.3, you added all the little ground icons for where to put electric poles. And, it was good. And then 2.4, you like added this thing and undid everything you did in 2.3. Like all the electrical indicators like are gone, or they're part of a different... I think they might be part of the rail grid itself. Maybe that's how you did it. So usually you don't see it because people don't go around pasting the rail grid over existing bricks very often. Alright, well, let's see what shows up. There's not a lot of space, but I don't think I need a lot of space. Hey, Domo, are you in the game right now? This is your pipe, and I just noticed that it goes right into the deposit that I built. But it doesn't line up with anything on the other side. Like, is this supposed to be connected to something? Yeah, it's not lined up. Like, I don't think I broke your build. I broke a single, like, couple of belts. That's it. Antimony pulp? What does that mean? Does that mean we actually have antimony oxide, which means we have infinite, like, next lit ore or something? Looks like this was it just a sinkhole? Alright, I'll connect it back. Hey, we're sure this is the same fluid, right? We can mix those pipes, no problem. Hope so. That one's muddy sludge. This is it's like pink. Muddy sludge should be brown. Obviously. I've got 3 of the 10 items. Wow. Well, let me grab that list again because I think the very first thing I want to do is take the iron out, which I'm surprised has not arrived yet. We'll take the iron out, we're going to make the bolts and the iron sticks. Bolts and iron sticks all together are going to end up being... This one wants 10 bolts per second. You want actual sticks and bolts. Okay. Yeah, 3.25 machines making the iron sticks and 1 exact machine making bolts. That's fine. This is gonna be tight. I like a challenge, though. So nice having the regular crap mechanical inserters have good actual speed now. With a little bit of inserter stack size bonus. You can almost get away with so many jobs with just a basic guy. Alright, so that's the inputs for the iron. All of them just need 2. And I don't need all 4 machines to do everything, but most of them need to be surrounding this guy, the bolts maker. I think this time around I'm just going to use a bunch of inserters, though. Or like 1 fast inserter, maybe. Instead of using chutes and stuff. Alright, so we've got 4.62 items a second. Each of these is only doing 4. Bum. All that wants to feed into this guy. For the 10 items a second, I think I'll use a loader. Well, technically I could just use a couple fast inserters, but I am still partial to my loaders. Alright, well that is the 10 volts per second and the 3 iron sticks per second done. Now we just have to wait and see if everything else showed up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, but one of them is iron, which I used. It doesn't look like there's any kind of ratios I need to worry about. The belt and the titanium is equal, so let's put those two together. I'm not planning on making like 30 advanced small parts per second or anything. I just want to make one machine run always to start. So if you were hoping for more, I apologize. Oh, right, that's what I used to do. I used to use the split lane feed tester to set up the hybrid lanes ahead of time. Well, I don't know if the resources are going to arrive, but I'll just start knocking them out. So duralumin. Stainless steel and the nylon are interesting to me. Those ones probably require more of a pay attention to. Alright, all things considered, that's not bad. Most of it's done except for 4 of the items. Small parts is one of them, surprisingly. We have small parts, I just didn't bring them out yet. Okay. Remember, belt's not very complicated, it just requires rubber, and rubber's really slow, and we only have like 4 machines that are doing it. I don't feel like getting involved with chemical engineering degree, so if I can just find the simple one, I don't really care. Do we have any of this thing? Oh, damn. I have titanium plate right here. How are we doing on aromatic supply? Totally fine. Well, let's bring some aromatics over. Alright, so we're going to use aromatics. Plus a little bit of the weird tin stuff and titanium plate. To just make our own rubber with blackjack and hookers. Oh my god, it's big. That's what she said. $7.1K rubber on trains? I'm importing belt, not rubber. Is that the issue? I didn't check for belt. Or sorry, I didn't check for rubber, I just checked for belt. And if you want, I can import the rubber and then just make the belt local. I just thought that rubber was the intermediate that had no like other byproduct. Like it was like a why stop here? Yeah, I'll need to import at least 2 other things to make this work if that's Well, we have aromatics here now. So that's nice. Only one of the stations could deliver. I'm just worried that if I take a 4,000 rubber delivery just for like this one job and then it sits for ages and ages and ages, what if there's another station that really needs rubber? There are some big downsides to the whole you have to send a full train. Like the thing I was working on yesterday, that science I think that was up here that was going to take literally 3 or 4 hours before it would fill up one train. And there's like nothing I can do about it. No, I'm taking the day off in the cam because I started late. I'm not feeling great. A bloody nose weird thing going on still. Talkmore bullied me into playing though, so we got that going for us. Is that my rubber train? Yes. Okay, so if we have rubber, we can just turn the rubber directly into belt. Oops, a second. Which is exactly what we need. Perfect. Alright, so we'll just pass that belt through. One more item down, and we're down to 2 items. Apparently we do already have stainless steel. Sweet. Nextlet plates, something I remember from a long time ago, but that seems to be not available at the moment. We have 2 recipes to make nylon. Nylon doesn't even seem very hard, honestly. Maybe someone's already started an island rick or something. 2 machines making 6x. Or at least trying to. 373 and 307 jobs. And then this one's labeled nylon. But it's not built yet. Scientific Archer is the one working on it. Okay. You have a plan. I mean, I think we have all these things, so it's just, you know, make it big. Well, make it a half brick, probably, but... Alright, that should help until Talkmore randomly deletes it, and then I will have to do it all over again. Alright, to make nylon, it is... just the nichrome. Is nichrome actually, like, produced well, or should it be made as part of the actual nylon project? I feel like I've seen nichrome around. Yeah, we have 11k. Nothing amazing, but... I built this. Weird. I have no memory of this. No meow cat. Everybody desyncs. Damn it. 200 hours in and the game's getting unstable. Pancake, stop yelling at me. Stop it. No. Stop. I don't like it. I don't care. I don't like it. Stop. Once again, I've already forgotten. I have the memory of a goldfish. I just cannot remember. Okay, I guess we're gonna take a quick detour into new factory planner for the nylon. The amount of nylon I need is 1 items per second, so that works out anyway. Only need 2 machines. I could practically do this locally as part of the advanced mechanical parts build. I've got room for more fluids, so I could just import the 3 fluids here. Instead of importing the... I'm really low on spaces to import stuff in the main warehouse, but I could replace the nylon import with the nichrome. And then just use 2 buildings to make it right here. Yep, we definitely need a big nylon setup. That's not what I'm trying to do right this second, though. I'm trying to make sure we have some of the... You know that as soon as we get access to any kind of neat thing from technology, it's going to require advanced small parts. So I'm making sure we have some. For player use, not for bricks between trains, or trains between bricks or whatever, just like a machine that's running nonstop, making 3 per second. Not a lot, but it'll always run. My goal. I think I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna just make some local sourced stuff. Okay, so that means we need the ammonia. Benzene. And the last one was something else. Chlorine. Assuming we get our nichrome. It's already here. Nice. Can we fit underneath this guy? Yes, barely. Okay, so you get an input. You'll take the one right here. Sundown. Benzene. And the chlorine. Benzene? I thought I saw you already here. No, it's not. No benzene. That ruins my whole plan. No stations with benzene. Crap. Benzene can be made from Nextlit plate, PTX, and steam. All oil and light oil. Oh no. More desyncs? Should we just rehost? Yeah. I can't believe there's no benzene though. That's part of the wow, the game's lagging like crazy. It's not happy. Like my computer's like freaking out. Wait, I barrel up benzene. I got benzene barrels. I'm standing right next to them. Look at me. I found it. It's right here. I found the benzene. Yeah, I'll rehost, but look, I found benzene. How convenient. Yoink. You could just wait. Okay, I would not recommend trying to reconnect. I'm gonna rehost, I swear. I just want to place this down real quick and then. But that's pretty darn funny. That's why I want to barrel everything. If you just put everything in a barrel, it'll just be great. Nothing can go wrong if everything's barreled up. And there you have it. Now we have benzene. That was so easy. And now they're both already running. So we'll just push the nylon back in this way and pretend like we made it, you know, we requested it. And that means we've done it. We have advanced small parts. In the smallest footprint I've ever used. Holy crap. You gotta admit, that's pretty impressive, I think. Right? What do you think? I think so. Now I'm gonna stand here and hoard them for a while. I have no idea what they're for, but... Barreling something to move at 10 meters when a pipe is right there. I didn't know it was there. I don't look at every pipe. There are too many pipes. There are pipes everywhere. You know? Alright, so now that I got the, what's this called? The, proof of concept or whatever, the first version done, the rough draft. So we at least have some of the damn stuff to build things with. Now maybe I'll go see about doing a full half brick out of this. It is going to require quite a bit of belting for the stupid bolts. But if I can find a way to make the bolts like clean and organized, I can rely on the throughput of an iron belt or two. It doesn't matter. Eventually we'll have logistics or we won't. Either way. I'll have to unpause to look at stuff, but here, let me at least like move the requester chest into logistics, or this is kind of silly, but what can you do? I don't want it to, the whole point is that this should always run. I don't want it to break because I forgot and I didn't manually bring the barrels over. Of course, the passive provider chest with the empty barrels is going to be a problem too. Well, it was more impressive before all this weirdness. This is just like, there's an alternative version of underground pipe. This is just about diversity, okay? We gotta keep the belts employed. Alright, sorry, I'm supposed to be looking at nylon turd? I'll put a limit on it, yeah. I'm usually pretty good about that, but this is only making 0.6 nylon per second. So, like, it's an incredibly small amount. It would take many, many hundreds of hours before I would even consider noticing the problem. But I will still prevent it. An ounce of prevention goes a long way in games like this. This game in particular, honestly. Yeah, the thing about some of the recipes that I've seen is that sometimes it's like clearly obvious, like this is the first level, this is the second level, this is the third. And other times it's just more like they all kind of do the same thing at the same speed. Like if you want to make rubber, it's 1 per second. You want to make plastic? It's slow as shit. Doesn't matter how you do it, it's going to take a long time, but you can use different products and stuff. So there's a lot of flexibility, I think, to the way that you balance your fluids and resources. I don't think that there is strictly one right way. Which is pretty impressive, actually. That they can make it that balanced while also being so damn complicated. Deal with the leftovers. Yeah, sure. It is difficult though. You got to be careful that you don't get caught in the trap where you see that a recipe exists, so you assume that it's a good thing, and then you do the thing, and then you realize, oh wait, I just did some sort of tar processing, fifth step thing that I got the resource that I thought I wanted, but that was the original resource that I originally converted from it into tar, or vice versa. Like, there's some circular recipes too. In before someone moves that roboport, and then it's not gonna work. See, look, Talkmore, you didn't need to remind me. I did it for the belt. I'm obviously gonna do it for the nylon. And we're making a massive 1.2 nylon per second. But we only need 1. So it would take, let's just say there's, I don't know, 200 slots available in the requester warehouse, because they usually are not nearly as full as the providers. Stack size of 100. 20,000 slots. Growing at a rate of 0.2 per second would take 100,000 seconds, which would be 1,666 minutes, or 27 hours of playtime. And we generally only play 4 to 5, maybe sometimes 6 hours a day. So we're talking about at least a week until the problem would happen. And many, many more times that than until I would actually notice. You know what? I think I might do the same thing with this. I might just belt this down to the logistics area, because I'm right above the mall. I should just hook this up where I hooked up the active provider chest for the barrels. That, or, I mean, we're so close to the mall, and at this point I think it's probably okay to start making the robotic network a little bit bigger, as long as it's within reason. We have a lot of drones. 5,000 of which are currently doing nothing. Not as big of a deal as it used to be. Well, it is true that everyone has a different level of reason. So what can I make with advanced small parts? Right now I can make a bulk inserter. First bulk inserter? I like all 3 of the other things. Complex circuit board. Good luck. Okay. What else can we make? Engine unit. 3 electric engine units. We need rotors and stators. Beyond that, everything else looks pretty straightforward. What's a rotor? Rotor is a shaft, which we have, and a lot of duralumin. So we need to ramp up duralumin a lot, apparently. Stators or stators are just parts of stuff. I'm going to throw down bot mall stuff. There's stators and rotors. Got a shaft recipe here too, just that it's nearby. Only allowing a small amount, about 50 items, not a big deal. And this was what item again? Why do I care? Electric engine unit. Which is used in laboratory instruments. Ah. Interesting. So this is the old way of making laboratory instruments. It only makes 0.28 per second. This one will make 0.4 per second. And cost more stuff. But lab equipment was being annoying. Yeah, we're still, you can turn on UPS. I'm at 57, so we're at 95%. Just press F4 and then turn on show FPS. Okay, but that's what we're able to use them for right this second. But what we really care about are all the things that are about to become available. Look at all the things that you can make out of advanced small parts. Long-handed inserters, fast inserters, fast transport belt. All of the red buildings. All of the red buildings. We're finally to Mark 2.0 buildings. Wow. This requires what? The 5th science pack? Son of a bitch. Yeah, it's under settings, mod settings per player. We're almost the very bottom. There's a stats GUI. It is the very bottom. And just click the button where it says adjust for FPS US indicator, which is what I did. Okay, well, I'm going to just belt these down into the logistics node. We'll just do the same thing as before. Passive provider chest for the first full box of crap into, if it overflows, I will push it into the active provider. Because it's not a lot of production, but we want it to be going forever. Let's put a freeze here. 48 slots times 200. Above like 9,500. That way we're not overtaxing the robots unless we need them. Sure. I'm gonna... Leo, if you're undoing everything I just did because you think it's silly, I'm actually gonna get kind of angry because it's silly, yes, but the fact that it was serendipitous and happened is exactly why I barreled shit up. Like, I want it in the barrel. Don't take down the barreler, please. If you want to send pipes up to this little build that I did, that's fine, but leave the barreler. Every fluid should be barreled. It's incredibly convenient to be able to request fluids and not have to wait for a 50,000 fluid tank or train. And instead just get, you know, a requester chest with 10 barrels worth of fluid. That's 500 fluid. Very convenient. Yeah, and because of the nature of this build, obviously that's why I was being a bit cautious about, like, importing fluids, because it's going to bring 3 full trains worth of fluid, 150,000 of fluid, and then it's going to just sit there forever, pretty much. Alright, Scientific Archer, we're at 0.9 now. Do your best, please. Look at that, it's already made 490 products. Wow. What a hard-working machine. Alright, so... honestly, maybe the thing I should start considering is looking at, like, the 5th science pack. Like, gearing up for what that's going to want us to do. Called a chemical science pack. It's made out of advanced metal parts and mechanical parts, done and done. Rubber. Okay, we need quite a bit of rubber. Optical fiber. Okay, complex circuit boards. That's obviously a big project. I did completely ignore the simple circuit boards for the most part, so maybe this one's gonna have to be on me, I don't know. Nuclear sample. We already have stainless steel and excellent plate. I don't know what this is, but it doesn't sound difficult. Most fluids are pretty straightforward. Nuclear sample could be super easy, or it could be a pain in the goddamn ass. Samples. This looks pretty easy so far. This the plutonium-238 is hard to get. We need americanium-241. Or uranium. Okay. So it's a byproduct of uranium mining. So we have to not forget to do the nuclear thing if we want to do science. What about the complex circuit boards? Let's dive deep. I said I wasn't going to be productive, I was going to be, like, useless, and now I'm, like, looking at freaking advanced circuit boards. Complex circuit boards. Just a few small objects. Definitely need to re-up our battery production. That's been struggling a lot. Everything else is like completely new. Of course it is. Okay, I guess you just pick one and start. We're gonna keep it simple, salesman. Just on one project at a time. Medium power resistors require high power resistors. That's ironic. Okay, that one's something we have had for a long time. Those are pretty easy. Graphite, I know how to do. Iron plate, chromium. That's not that bad. That could be done in a like a smeltery type place instead of being done in a standalone brick. Ceramite. So we already have this recipe. Crude ceramite, or ceramite. Ash, lubricant, crude ceramite. And this stuff comes from ceramic nickel ore and molybdenum ore. Of course they're not ratioed, because why would they be? You can do 3 of these to 4 of these, it looks like. Okay. So this needs to get done somewhere. Somewhere ideally near a bunch of random metal ores and stuff. Kind of like a crushing area. Also, lubricant. How do we make lubricant? Ash and fish oil or... Oh wait, I made tons of lubricant. I made lubricant. We already have lubricant. This thing. Well, this thing can make lubricant, but there's no oleochemicals, so we have no lubricant. Cool. Oh no, the lubricant's stored in a different location because that's the way I do things sometimes. Because I ran out of space. Lots. Still, that's not enough lubricant to send a train. Are we not making more? Why aren't we making more? Because we need the oleochemicals. And they come from this process, which is upset because there's not enough lard? No. Glycerol's full. Glycerol. Oops. The glycerol goes into a container and then breaks everything. Can't believe I've done this. What's glycerol used for? provided by one station, and that's it. Used to make explosives. Sounds like I should set up a voider. I prefer to be able to see that overflow valve. We're not making lubricant because we have too much glycerol, and it's only used to make explosives, and there's nothing fun that I could see easily to do with it. So, unless it has fuel value, it's gonna void above 98%. Excuse me. Alright, back to my test world. So, I'm going to take the ceramic. I'm going to take the nickel ore. And the molybdenum ore. I don't like how it tries to, like, push parameter 0 out. Weird. Why is that stand still there? Stone still there. What? Oh, because it's a filter, duh. Thought I was actually on the belt. Incredibly low throughput required. Probably do one of these thingers. Okay, these things are making these eggshell ball things. Kind of reminds me of green circuits in Vanilla Factorio. The way these machines are kind of lining up. You get access to 2 machines, you get access to 2 machines, and you get access to 2 machines. That's how we do it. That's pretty much all we gotta do. Okay, and then we need ash. 2 ash per second. Flash per second is not that big of a deal anymore. It's just 2 mechanical inserters. Bring in the lubricants. And once again, we probably have to do something silly in order to get access to these without using weird inserters and stuff. Even though I can't see what I'm doing, because the buildings are always too tall. That's all mechanical inserters, so I don't need power on that side. This is all powered already. So that's that. That is, that's it. I did it. I made the new complex circuit board. It's done. All done. No, I just made Cermet. We only needed 1.8 high pressure furnaces worth to do the original target. We got Cermet and a brick. Oh. Well, I'm playing in the factory planner. I'm not really building stuff. I'm just trying to understand the new circuits. Graphite we can just import. I know we have that. Ferrochrome. Ferrochrome is just doing the thing in a building. Well, that's not complicated. This one I know we have from the previous circuit, so that then all gets assembled in an electronics factory, 4 of them. It's like, is this one of the types of fluid that likes to pass through? I can't tell. Maybe? Nope. Dang it. Yeah, the cotton stockpile was not meant to last long. All right, has someone actually set up production then for medium power resistors, or are we looking to procrastinate on that too until we're right up against the deadline? It is going to take 5 machines to make this. If I remember correctly, this one was one of the machines where we're still going underneath everyone. We didn't have loaders originally or chutes. That's one of the reasons we did that a lot. Also, this is a prime candidate for a sushi belt now. Every recipe in this game is a prime candidate for sushi. Okay, well, I'm going to assume that I can deal with the rest of that block. There's an option you can turn on in the preferences called recipe comments. Also make the factory planner bigger so that you can see it easily. Okay, so next, pick one. MOSFET. Who are you, MOSFET? What do you want? Heavily endoped silicon. Lightly endoped silicon. Lightly p-doped silicon. Silicon or silicone? This sounds like a bunch of chemical stuff. Well, as always, I feel I play a lot better when I can visualize it. Where did my... what? I just deleted? I didn't delete, did I? I clicked like minimize or pin. Now it's gone. I don't really understand how to move between districts. I'm hoping... oh. Districts are like this. I see now. I thought districts were like different complete pages. Weird. Well, I don't understand how I accidentally deleted it, but... but I'm back. Okay, so heavily endoped silicon. Gas processing machine Mark 01. More rare earth oxides. The antimony pulp that, was it Jawi or Jalea was working on? Silicon wafer from a bunch of crap. That looks like a pancake. Oh god, so many words. It's like, it looks like it's all down to rocks. I mean, like, what? Ugh. Right, well that one's solved. Play with rocks. Yeah, I don't know. Whoever likes crushing things, if you, if you look in the subfloor, like, you basically just, like, pound... Well, it's mostly in a gas processing unit, but, like, you're doing stuff to things, and then the things come out and you can't explain it. It's all fine. Electrical capacitors. Now this one I think I can figure out. Nice. Tinned cable. I know how to do that. I know how to make copper cable. Pfft, it's so easy. Where's the boric acid coming from? Diborane? It's the only recipe we have, apparently. Oh, diborine's pretty easy. It's just borax and hydrogen. That's really simple. Which means most of this one is easy. Except for maybe the aluminium pulp, stage 1. Any aluminium? Oh, is Scientific Archer not able to keep up for sure? Like, is he gone? Can we go back to speed 1? Today? Or today, I mean? As long as they're not trying to reconnect, I don't... If they're still here, I'm not gonna, like, make them chase us while we're running ahead, but... Okay, I guess I will search to see if anyone has done any kind of nylon. Or, what did I say? Not nylon. No, I just lost it. Shit. Aluminium. Also known as aluminum, depending on where you're from. Yes, this is what I want, the pulp. It's done by Allele. Who knows when? Using up-to-date bricks. It's one of the places we make duralumin. If we were to export some of the aluminium pulp, we could use it for this whole process. It's generating extra anyway. Alright, I guess I'll go take care of that. Got stators. Stators. I don't know how to pronounce it. Wow, electric engine units are part of the Mark III version of things. Surprised we get access to it so early then. I'm gonna make an electric engine unit because I think it's probably a milestone. We still have the milestones, right? Yeah. Where are you, electric engine unit? I don't know. Maybe it's in the list. I don't know. Can't tell. Just gotta find wherever that lubricant was. Do we have lubricant in barrels, maybe? No? Ooh. Missed opportunity for fun. Everybody likes lubricant in barrels. It's already made 2,100 crafts. Don't kill me, train. Never forgive you. Yeah, well, I got lubricant here, so I'm gonna do the thing. In fact, if there's space, maybe I'll just leave it here and let it run. No, there's not going to be enough room to recruit stuff or request the other things. What I'm actually going to do is make the lubricant get barreled. The next time I can just request it in the bot mall. That's my plan. Problem is that I'm far enough from the bot mall that this is not going to be part of logistics. And it's not a large enough number of stuff to get picked up by a train either, whether it's a barrel train or a fluid train. There's still maybe an argument that we could consider using caravans for certain mechanics in this game. It's actually a pretty compelling use case for when to use caravans. Have caravans bring, not fluid caravans, but like have a regular caravan go around and collect a bunch of barreled fluids. Just for having access to everything. Wow. 90,000 sand in there, huh? Oh, sand. All this room for activities. I feel like I've wanted sand recently. Or something. This is in an old warehouse that's not available to the train grid. It should get, more like forcefully exported or something. Oh, maybe I should turn it into pure sand. That would help with molten glass, which has been a problem for science. There's quartz ore here, but I don't know if we can mine that yet. No. What to do with this sand? Could always do nothing. Should make it into brick for transportation. Convert it into brick, and then at any other location it can be turned back from brick into stone. And then stone becomes all the other things, right? Stone then can further get processed back down into sand, into pure sand, etc., etc. I've got rich clay right here, so I mean, that's one of the things I was doing here is making bricks, but do it more, I guess? I don't know. $44,000 crafts. Goodbye, sweet princes. You're back down to 1. There's really no point in doing that. I don't have the extra other stuff to really make it work. I don't know. I have no idea what to do with the sand. It's not harming anything, but it bothers me that it's just sitting there in a box. I want to do something with it. That eats 20 per second. That's one way to get rid of it. More pure sand's always good. Okay. That or... I mean, I do think that this... I think that long term, the iron oxide entity is going to become like a very useful product. Like, right now we just kind of turn it into a little bit of iron. It's useful for that purpose, but... I think it's going to be better. This does not process very much. Per machine, but it's what's available. Okay, so we need to consume 2.5, so that's 2 mechanical inserters each. And we get 2 back out, which is 2 mechanical inserters each. Oh, perfect. Not a lot, but I can fit a few of these in. If some dummy hadn't put his lubricant barreler right in the middle of the buildable space, then I'd have a lot more room. What a dingus. Obviously he should put it in the middle of the trains. Much more reasonable there. Or equally unreasonable, I don't know. Oh crap, I hooked up to the lubricant. Nice. Okay, there's got to be some water. Yes. That's the water. Need power. I need water here too, apparently. Okay, that means we've got our sludge, which I don't think there's anything I can do with the sludge, right? There's too many different ways it can get used for all kinds of crap. I mean, I hate wasting byproducts, but oh, I'll just barrel it. Perfect. I got a solution. It's easy. Save it for a rainy day. Aw, don't have any barrels because I haven't been back to the bot base. I can make some. Ooh, I can make a ton. Alright, I have not a lot, but some pure sand. This is, whoa. Damn. It's actually 48 pure sand per second? Damn. A lot more than I expected. I need 5 full belts of sand for this. Lord. Also, I've messed up, and only the top half has access to the actual sand. I'm just gonna cut it in half. I didn't mean to make it this much anyway. Not enough space. You are making pure sand. I am making pure sand too. From a byproduct of sand that I have had for a long time. And I just happened to stumble across it while I was doing something. Trying to get this lubricant? Right, that's what. Everything is too close. Water pipe's kind of strange. I don't know why I decided to, like, reverse the whole build after realizing it was too big, but I'm doing it on this side now. I was being productive for a little while, but this is kind of what I expected. I'd wander around, get distracted, and do stupid stuff. Yep. That tracks. I've slightly upgraded the sand. Wow. This caravan outpost has no active caravans. There would be an icon over there if there were, so I'm just going to delete it. Assuming I can get enough space. Look at all my muddy sludge barrels, yeah! I'm gonna put these in the warehouse too. For fun. I'm gonna do it this way there. Trust this more. First time I've put muddy, well, barrels of any kind into a deposit. It's going to store up to 3,000 muddy sludge barrels. It's so dumb. I love it. Oh man, the muddy sludge barreler can't keep up? Who would have expected that? I need two. Double trouble. I mean, at some point we're going to connect all of the distant parts of our base to the train grid. Or, sorry, to the logistics network, right? Probably, maybe, someday. Well, one way or another, I'm gonna deal with the bunny sledge in this kind of funny, goofy way. All pocket crafting hundreds of barrels. You can always unmake barrels when you have a chance to get your steel back. Did you know that? Right there. 65% chance that you get your barrel back. Steel back. So, not even wasteful. In theory. Base-wide logistics. I don't mean base-wide, but I mean like some of the nearest by bricks should kind of eventually get incorporated into the main bot mall thing, I think. The hive, the swarm of bots must grow. Whatever, I'm walking away now. If one train picks up barrels of muddy sludge barrel, I'll be happy. It'll prove me right that barrels are better. Double the throughput of a train, of a fluid train. Okay, so the whole point, I wanted lubricant because I wanted to do a thing. I was gonna do. I need to unbarrel the lubricant. And then I was going to do something with these things. We're going to make our very first electric engine unit. This would be the beginning of the end if we were playing vanilla. Because this would be like flying robots, right? Electric engines are needed. Regular engines let you do other stuff, but needed the electric engines for fancy pants scrap. And I can do absolutely nothing with it right now, I think. Where even is it? Here. Right, we can only make two things. The bulk inserter. It's one small component of the bulk inserter. For argument's sake, like, how does the bulk inserter even compare these days? For a while I was getting really annoyed with the mechanical inserter not being quick enough and always having to use chutes. But then we got a couple of hand size upgrades and now I can go back to using mechanical inserters, so I don't really value any of them any of them at all. I like the mechanical inserter still. That or cranes. Cranes are still amazing. This 1x3 crane's really good. Okay, so fast inserter, stack inserter, bulk inserter. It is twice the speed of a fast inserter. But we'll also get more hand size upgrades, generally. Still, at 9.23 speed, I would just use a chute most of the time, so... why would I bother... Plus we gotta finish the complex circuit board before we can make one. Anything else we can do with this thing? We can do the laboratory instrument. I hate when there's so many recipes. It makes it really hard to evaluate whether how valuable something is. Like, are we gonna get this soon, or 3 years, or you know, when? Have we completed any technology today? Or are we just changing it? Research finished, infinity. This thing is from question. But why though? I'm sure there's blood in one of these holes. Like there's biomass in there. Plus a nice smattering of the stuff that we want for making the thing anyway. Alright, let's find some blood. I'm positive there's blood in the biotesting area. I know there is. I'm probably running right by it, I just don't recognize the pipe. Well, we fill blood barrels here. So this is the blood pipe? Nope. That's hot air. Is it? It is blood. But it's empty. But we got blood barrels. Alright. Problem solved. Surely there's not, like, some weird way to obtain bones. We get bones from, like, the big skeletons or something? The archaeological dig or something is kind of what I'm thinking now. There's enough for a couple trains to send. Strangely, the place that has the bones is completely not showing up because it's not labeled. These are augs. That is significantly further away. One inserter, yeah, one inserter is still, my math is still saying that one inserter beats, if a chute can beat 3 inserters, you should use a chute. But at this point, with the stack size, the hand size bonuses that we have, most of the times you just need 2 inserters, which I would prefer to only need 1, but 2 inserters still beats a chute. Stealing this for science. We're completely out of the The small critter. No, we're not. Bunch right here. I have lied. Not enough for a train, though. I will assist. With my ultra long reach. Back to the murder. Ugh, I know we need Arthur blood, bud. Why aren't we venting it? This calls for a backup barreler. I'm so tired of not having science that I'm just going to make the science happen. It's going to happen. Okay, game? So you can dislike it all you want. You can yell, you can get mad, whatever, but it's gonna happen. Unfortunately, it looks like the skin got used for something else, and now I can't finish the animal samples. I don't understand why, like, you need the animal Like the whole animal, pretty much. For the science. Or you could do the other thing. You don't get to really do both. Wow, there's actually a ton of bones here. The bot mall provides a way. They're so wonderful. Look at this, I have like 100, almost 1,000 of them already. Alright, I'm gonna run and we're gonna make actual science happen for the first time in days. Or I'm gonna get there and then there's gonna be some other problem. Where is this science place? There it is. Oh wait, this isn't the place that wants the animal samples, it's the logistics station that does. Crap. Dang it, it's near here, but I don't know where. Manually forcing science for the win. No, don't kill me! Okay. Now what is it gonna run out of batteries, probably? Got them listed like 3 times, but they're all basically in the same spot. Work faster, you stupid machines. Alright, at least we get 12 out of them. Batteries will be the thing it runs out of absolutely for sure. Takes 3 batteries per craft. Next to most likely is the poor alien samples, which... there's a whole bunch of bones and stuff in here. If there were this many batteries in here, like, why weren't they coming out? Are they broken? The belt broken? No. It's just all being held up by the animal sample, and ironically the main thing that was stopping me from doing animal samples was that there weren't enough bones, and there's a whole bunch of bones in the place that wants to do the animal sample. Okay. Like what? Now, I should set this thing up in here, since it's got bones being delivered already. I guess I'm basically deleting everything, but it's okay. Just tuck away in the corner. This is my space now. Oh, I got a lot of requests, but there's no actual limit to the amount of requests you can make. It's just got 10 in the parameter. one is lard. I think that one's guts, but I'm not sure. Meat. I think it was supposed to be on one side specifically, or does that not actually matter? This is just a backup source, it looks like. The brick itself makes them. Okay. We got stuff. Got some stuff. Bones and brains. Lard and guts. Meat and skin. Why do I get the impression you're supposed to just like murder an animal and then immediately do this next to it to get an animal sample every time you murder one? And then you get a little bit of, like, instead of keeping all of the bits, you waste most of it on this, and then you get whatever bits are actually left over. That's probably where we went wrong. I'm so sick of this crap that everyone gets long inserters. Just get the resource, stop complaining. We need science. It is important. Okay, we're still missing lard and meat. You have access to all of the belts. But I did all three. When it comes to the meat, the lard is apparently unavailable now. And plasmids also need to come down. Let me double check that I did lard. This is lard. Yes. I think plasmids are gonna have to go through the middle. Once again, the trains are trying to kill me. No surprise there. I don't know if this, if the plasmids are actually going to show up. Yeah, that's one of the things that needed the laboratory instrument. Darn it. I knew I had worked on it recently. I only have 228. And they're lacking laboratory instruments. Good thing we have a better recipe for instruments now. Tear it all down and bring the parts out here, please. Okay, this is only 8 of them, but I think if they're here permanently, it'll be probably okay. Okay, the belts. Okay, the belts look good. Still need a output for the actual animal sample. In theory, the animal sample, whoever built this wants it to come out of, like, just show up as a request. So I could run it back into their own warehouse and just let it go path that way. Alright, it's over, it's done. Okay, if I just go help out with the glassware now. These extra 5 buildings will get built. Gotta figure out why there's not enough meat as well. In the meantime, we do have a few hundred science packs. See, I think that like this big ancient remains is going to be a source of pure bone or something. And that the entire early game we just have lots of frustrating time spent with not enough bone. Like, I think this is the brick where we should be doing the animal sample. Just take this building, plop it down right next to the building that murders the animal. Then look at all the stuff you get. I think it gives you everything except for plasmids. Or sorry, except for... But yeah, plasmids. And then the greedy part is that like sometimes we're like, ooh, we want the meat because we can do this with it. But like, if we do that, we don't get science. So maybe we have to start looking at the dead animals differently. It does give every single entity that you need, not in the perfect ratio, but I guess if you average all the different entities together, it probably does work out. So the plasmids themselves. Plasmids need glassware, which is just frickin' molten glass. It's not a big deal. So we should have glassware. Incubated petri dishes are also not hard. It's just glass, basically. I think we have glass now. And the number of machines that it takes is ridiculous. We just got an upgraded recipe for this, which I'm gonna go work on next. Since we now have access to the electric engine unit. And then the Zogna bacteria are just more of the petri dishes with other crap. So like, there's like no excuse for us to not have tons of science. To get my train of thought back. What am I doing? I need to find the laboratory instruments. That's where I'm going. So science has now shut down because the little burst of power that I gave it is over. But we have 568 of that pack in the container, and then I have on me, because I was nearby and I was going to take them to the science area, I've got another 1028. We need 2 for each one of the researches that we're working on right now, so 2 times 1100. It's almost enough to finish 1 science. Nice, okay, so we need fewer small parts. He's using about 2 small parts right now, which means in theory I can actually run all 4. We are using a little bit more of this guy. Optical set. He's got a huge surplus on that, in theory. Any reason we're not using both sides of this belt? It's merged up there, but... molten glass is still very low availability. The molten glass is more important than the hot air. That's interesting. Dang it. Whatever, I'll just use a pump. Of course, of course. They bring 130,000 hot air right then. But of course. 2 is these ones and 3 is that one. Okay. You know what? Any trains coming? Just one? I'm gonna redo this whole station. It's using an old layout anyway. Dang it, Talkmore upgraded his thing again and now all my damn buttons are gone. Grr, grr. What is your purpose anyway here? I don't know, you make like a gar or something? Samples? Plasmids. Shoot, I should have checked. Were we using acetylene for anything specific or just as a fuel? I'm assuming it was just as a fuel. I'll leave that one blank for now, if no one responds, but I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I know there are special uses of it, but were they using acetylene especially here? Damn it. I was hoping to avoid having it close on me. I'm pretty sure that they were just using it as a fuel here. Yeah, so I'm going to switch to kerosene then. Damn it, I forgot the word again. What's it called? 3? Alright, well, we'll start using all the slots. I guess I'll do the 9 slot one. What are the other fluids that we're using aside from kerosene? Son of a bitch, if you press Q, it just like backs out. It's not, God damn it. Third time. This will all get burned off pretty quick with pumps. It's not a big deal. Alright, now I'm just gonna hook all the lines back up again. We got hot air. We got the molten glass line goes here. And then we've got our fuel line. I only have 2 fuels. I didn't know what else to bring. I brought acetylene. Oh, gasoline as well? Okay. We added that, okay. I mean, I could set up some logic to try to make it burn a specific fluid. This hot air train shouldn't have been sent, but it came anyway. I'm gonna have to borrow some of these. It's kind of a ridiculous amount of hot air that has been sent down here. We're never gonna run out. Okay, the hot air comes around that way. Doesn't actually need to go up there anymore. No kerosene delivery is kind of strange. Pumps are like one of the only entities that's always invisible. Impossible to see. So after all that, the issue is that there's just no molten glass being delivered at all? Okay, cool. Well, I was going to try to use this to scale the production a bit. Just gonna pull the plug and, or pull the band-aid off. We're gonna commit to the new recipe and make it work. Simple circuit boards are probably, well, they are imported. Nice. This belt wants to have the optical sets. Okay, we need the optical sets, we need the electric engine units, which I have made at least a couple of. I remember how. Damn. Of course it'll only support 3, not 4. Of course. But you know what else it'll support is 6. have to find a way to make these work in this brick. These available resources, and more if needed. We already have iron. The advanced small parts I think we have to import. Yeah, I'm not gonna... And obviously that's not set up yet, so I'll just throw the ones that I have, if I still have them, hopefully. Hopefully I didn't let the bots steal them away from me. I might have. Crap. Gonna have to leave it on the 2x for right now. I'm gonna at least make sure that that's working again. Just need the optical sets. Which are constantly wanting molten glass. This whole thing wants how much molten glass? 216 molten glass a second? Good God. No wonder. And that's not even all. It's 300 molten glass a second. Our best recipe is the 50, right? Okay, that's 12.5 molten glass per second. We did an absolutely massive amount of production of molten glass if we don't already have it. First we crush quartz. Then we crush it again. That's the same recipe. Ah, right, then we do this. And we take the powdered quartz. and just mix it with the pure sand that we happen to have available. And export it like crazy. I guess I can take a break from what I'm doing to try to make this work. Without forgetting, maybe, possibly. Don't look like we need to import anything. Alright, so a drill only makes 3 per second now because of productivity. We need 5 drills per 15 items per second, but it's also going to stack, so when it stacks, is it actually giving triple? I think we have triple stacking. So don't we actually get 9 per second per mine? And I've gone down so many different rabbit holes today. The ratio is 1 to 5 to 10. Or rather 5 to 10 to 1. 5 to 1 to 10. Oh shoot, we do need to import fuel if we're going to make the glass here. Okay, fuel comes in from the bottom. One glass goes out to the right. Items, 5 items a second. Technically, mechanical inserters could nearly handle it, but 3 to 1, so probably just use a chute. This build is super boring, but I do it all the time with crushers, but it's just too powerful. Since we have less space to build in the bricks now, maybe I should use the tucked-in approach. Alright, altogether we end up with 5 plus 2.5, 7.5 items a second, it's nothing. You are gonna hork up all of it. We'll just use an inserter to guarantee that it doesn't break with chutes, because you can't use filters on chutes. Actually, it's a very small number of items per second coming out of here. I don't need a chute for the output. We're gonna have a belt of half pure sand coming in. These 10 machines are gonna end up using 25 pure sand a second. That is a lot more than I thought it would be. Basically, I need 2 dedicated pure sand belts, and then we split the other thing. Okay. That works. Pure sand belt for you. Sand belt for you. Technically, it's exactly 3 items a second, so double mechanical inserter will work. So why not? Oh, wait, I don't have to run power out here. Although that doesn't factor in the items coming from this guy. No, it does. Never mind. I'm sorry. Okay, I want this on the front with the output from the crushing to come back so that this can go off with the glass. Do a filter at the end. Set to stone. Actually, if I do the filter here, then I can use a chute. Okay, so that's going to be a mix with some gravel in it. So we're taking the stone this way. We'll mix it with this belt as it comes out of the chute. That works. We're pulling the stone off before it goes through the chute, and then we're pulling the gravel off before it goes through the thing. They eat all the stuff that they want to eat. Almost square-like, which makes me slightly happy. We've just got quartz coming in that way. It's a bit too tall. There's theoretically a possible layout that comes to mind, since it's this weird 5-to-1 ratio, where you could go like 2 on this side, 2 on that side, and like 1 at the end, and they all feed back through the middle, so it's like more of a, you know. Of course, you could always just ignore the fact that they're not the same building, I guess. What's wrong with the square? Or a rectangle? I'm trying to put this whole thing upside down so I can get it up in here. Alright, this wants to merge in first. Whoops. And so it shall. Now I need to test this to make sure I'm not losing my mind. It's just quartz. Quartz in? Oh, and then a fluid. I need fuel, like kerosene or something. Over time, they should all fill up their backlog and run non-stop. I didn't use any alternating hands on the drop lanes, though. I should have. It helps them to be efficient and actually fall, you know, not fall behind. Might be easier if I pull them out a little further back first. Then I can get an idea of what I can rotate and stuff. I think I'm gonna stick this whole thing in front now. Actually make it almost like pretty looking, kinda. Dang it, I'm on the wrong frickin' screen. Let's have these ones grab at the front instead. Make a little divot. For the tuck to hide. Unnecessarily complicated? Yeah, kinda, probably. Also, this guy can't get access to anything, shit. That means that this belt has to wrap around. Also, that belt's supposed to merge. Totally forgot about the belt that's supposed to merge with it. Containing... No, the pure sand is... Ah, shit. No! No. Totally forgot about the pure sand. They need to be a dedicated line on both sides. That's why I was doing two. Let's go right back before the tuck. That's why I'm getting confused. Okay. You should be on this side. The trash product goes up and gets ready to go. Product that's supposed to come in goes in here. Product that's coming out is going to go this way, and then we're merging that with... We're not merging that. We're just splitting this belt. I could run it between, maybe. Since I need to run the other thing on both sides. But I think not. Okay, this is pure sand. I'm gonna do that all after I get this thing working. This whole thing's broken. Derp. It puts the pure sand in the basket. And this line is the other half of this. Still think I could probably make it a little bit smaller if I tried, but I think I'm done trying. It's mostly a square. And it makes molten glass. That's what I want. Now I gotta do one more thing. I think this would look a lot better if I did it the other way and had the output come from this front end. And turn, then split? And turn again, and then go under? Looks way better. The question now is just, can I actually make it connect to where it needs to go? Now I'm just having fun playing with art. Kinda. Okay, there shouldn't be this much stone. That's just because I've let it run for a long time. I'm gonna reboot it. What happened to my face? I'm just not using my webcam today because I've had a issue the last couple days with a bloody nose that causes me to have a bloody nose sometimes without realizing it, and then I kind of like still sometimes pick at it a little bit, you know, like you do, even though you're not supposed to. Don't do it. Don't do it. You know you want to. Don't do it. I'm gonna. Dang it. Okay, that part can come down by 1. And if it does, now I can do the tuck. I lost it. Where was it again? Saved space in an infinite map. Nice. Now I need to give this thing something to soak up the fluid, otherwise it's hard to tell if it's running non-stop. Perfectly ratioed. I've got enough space for all of the sand. Quartz should be fine. Gotta bring in fuel. And the overall byproducts are a little bit of stone and gravel that'll go into a box. Well, one thing that is sort of annoying is that it's almost all going to be on one side of the belt. Not that it's going to make any real big difference. There's the quartz patch way out here. Here. Okay, so I need to require fluid. We'll request all 3 fuels, I guess. That feels kind of wasteful to have so much fuel at every station, though. In theory, because once it's in a provider station, sorry, a requester station, it's the same thing as with, like, logistics drones. Like, it leaves the network. It's no longer accessible to anyone else. Doesn't that seem kind of bad? I really wasn't planning on doing more than one, but because I did it so tight, nice and tiny, might as well, right? Just do 2. Oof. So big. I said simple game. 20 per second. I think it'll be enough. Apparently I'm low on containers. It is so weird building a station and then not having a an actual warehouse to request stuff. But I don't actually need anything here. What am I talking about? I need pure sand. I'm a crazy person. But that's it. Nothing else. Deleted half my thing. No meow. No meow. I'm almost done, I swear. That's a daily promise that I make Pancake he doesn't realize. Hey, that looks like a station built. Hopefully the crystal mines will show up really soon. That looks all built. Come the bots. Oh, I hope that part doesn't piss off the train. Forgot about that. So altogether I'm gonna end up with 4 belts of pure sand now. That didn't feel right. Do a little wiggle waggly thing down here for personality. Okay, before this thing can whine anymore, let's hook up the gasolina. Wow, it's already merged. Nuts. Easy peasy. Should be fuel for the entire block. Sounds like crystal mines are starting to arrive. This train is mad? Or not unloading because why? Because it's broken? For some reason? Kinda weird. Oh, it's probably broken because of that piece of belt. Or piece of thing that I found. That I forgot about. Yeah, I'm so far away and I really need iron. One more belt. Steel might help. Uh-oh. Who did it? Did you press the button just now, Domo? Error while running event. Petroleum handling on resource depleted. Should I make it kaboom? What happened? What did it say? Well, I did dial back my autosave interval, but hopefully it wasn't too long ago. Oh no, it was 10 whole minutes ago! Oh, curses. All that work I did building the thing. Damn it. No, did I actually host it, or did I just... It is a good spot, but I need to, I'm gonna lose my mind if I don't finish the build after having put all that effort into it. I've been so sick of, oh god, so much work. All of the, At least I was done designing it. Also, I'm going to summon a train because I know that I don't have enough iron. It'd be really nice if you could tell a train to, like, bring stuff to you also. Why not have an iron train show up one time? Nothing bad'll happen, right? I can always use 4,000 plates of iron. I hope you guys don't expect me to pause for people to catch up, because I do need to wrap up pretty quick. I was actually planning on doing it as soon as I finish this thing, and then somebody made the game boo. Oh, boo. Alright, would it be faster for me to go collect materials? Probably. Unfortunately, an iron train is already on the way. Never mind. We've had plenty of bitumen seeps. Is there somewhere on the map you can show me where the incident happened? Oh, I see. So they automatically do like 25% damage or something? I see. So because we moved them close to each other or something that's not supposed to normally be possible happened? Like normally they would never spawn that like near enough to actually hurt each other. So we whoopsied. Well, I ended up going a lot longer today than I thought I would. It's very likely that gasoline will be the one that actually shows up. Yay, iron! Don't send more. Don't send more, I have plenty. Thanks. Please don't crash, please don't crash. Yay. No, that's right. That's where it's supposed to go. Okay. This part actually turned out a little bit better, I think. Although it took extra time. No power, huh? What are you talking about? Okay. Some quartz got on the wrong belt? Those two are good. That one was good. Right there. Make sure that was all of it though. I wonder if I should also export the intermediates here in case the glass production shuts down. This powdered quartz might be useful. Chose the wrong stuff, huh? Looks like I did. Okay, if this thing doesn't put out an absolute ridiculous crap ton of glass, I'm gonna be very disappointed. Perfectly ratioed, it should make 250 molten glass per second. Forever. Forever. Actually, it says that I don't make enough quartz. Crap. I'm short like 4 machines. Boo. Same here, Talkmore. I got distracted by the stuff and things. Factorios. I got mad about glass for the last time, so I finally made this. It makes 250 glass a second. At least it better. Well, it tries to. So right now I'm just using a dumb triple pump setup. So the way this works is they all try constantly to fill this pipe segment. And if there isn't a fluid in there, then they will. But I could make it smarter and have, like, you know, this pump turn off. There's a couple ways to do it. We could have like 2 pumps in a sequence. And so you have this pump turn off if that one has the most. And you have this one turn off if that one has the most. So therefore if they have more than it, and then so they, you know, it's an AND gate. Yeah, I probably should. Kind of a tight fit. This blueprint book is missing a splitter. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm like 99% sure that this is not a correct four-way balancer. I'm almost certain that's wrong. The way it should look, from memory, I guess is identical. I was thinking, is it possible that there's supposed to be another splitter here? One, two, three. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. Should go through the same number of total splitters, I think. So I guess I'm wrong. Not only is it not wrong, it's I built it from memory correctly, but it is the way it's supposed to be. 4 to 2. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, I probably should be using the 4 to 2 anyway. Yep. What can I say? It's late. 4 to 2 is not really a splitter or a balancer. Basically, what I had already done, but it'll certainly fit a lot better. More explosions. Freaking General Ming has got me trapped doing this now. I can't not do it anymore. I hate seeing the little nubbin on the end of the belt. I hate it. 50% productivity at research already is kind of nuts. Also, I don't... Is it really taking account of the stacking? Or... Because it is stacked, but... I'm guessing it only stacks when it's, like, trying to put an item on the belt, but there's no space, so it puts it on top. Something like that, maybe. Did I not hook up the molten glass? Oh, I need this connection. Whoops. Okay, and obviously we're not going to vent molten glass since that's this whole purpose. But I would like to make some more tanks. I don't have any good resources on me. Damn. How about Talkmore's got some resources I can steal? I'm just gonna blatantly cheat. It's late. Give Duralumin. Duralumin. Just a little bit of Duralumin. Or, oh, just give me those. That's better. I'll pay you back later. Look how pretty my triangle is. $300,000 on top of the 60,000 it can already hold. And since we aren't going to be pushing toward venting, probably should put a pump or two to force it into this as quickly as possible for quick reloads. Just like that, someone already came and stole it. It's a bit cheaty, but we've been playing for 220 hours. Not about cheating, really. About solving puzzles. I guess actually getting enough crystal mining is a puzzle, but yeah, I'm not liking how this one's loaded. Crystal mines are really hard to interact with. Like, I can't see the indicator at all. I don't think I'm gonna get that one lane balanced, but I already did it anyway. Oh, was this one? Oh, I need to do that one again. I'd like to get this one lane balanced though. Got there eventually. Yeah, these haven't been plugged in yet, but surprised that the bots aren't here yet to make them. Also, I need to make sure this station stops requesting iron if it is. Make sure that the train knows that it's done doing that job. One last thought is that I think I will take the time to export the intermediates. That's just going to be pure sand. Actually have you come out of underground really early, because you don't need to be above ground yet. Actually, it's right there that I can interact with. Okay, never mind. Let's see, should I check for work status or just check for molten glass level? Probably molten glass is fine. Not going to touch that one on the right because I know it uses green wire. Well, altogether, at most, we can store 300,000, 360,000 plus whatever the pipe length is. Let's just say if we're above like 300,000. Which is unlikely to happen, but... So until we're above 300,000 molten glass, that piece of belt is not allowed to move, therefore all of the stuff stays. And as soon as we're above 300,000, it turns on, which allows it to come forward and export. This is all some kind of, not lime, what is it? Buttered quartz. Any other intermediates? Pure sand was something that was delivered. So that's it, I think. The only other thought I have is, do I want to put more logic at all into this? Which fuel do we burn? Like, if kerosene is here, I'd rather we burn kerosene. It's got the highest fuel value, and I think it's the least useful for other jobs. Gasoline can be used for certain recipes, so can acetylene. Acetylene's used for mining, I think. Specific resource. I think I know how to do this pretty simply. I'm just gonna check across the front pipes only, not touching the green connection. Share all the data. This first pump will turn, let's see, it's the acetylene I care about. It will turn off if kerosene is greater than acetylene. You should be turned off right now because, yes. This one will start by copying that, and then we'll change it to kerosene is less than gasoline. Do I need a second row of pipes? Or, pumps? I really don't care which of the other two fight. Just want to make sure that if kerosene is available. Now, I think this is one of those circumstances where it really does make sense to do the full, like, three-way thing. I don't know how to explain it. Come on, I'm out of electric poles, really? Can't actually see the indicator lights. So the middle one's off because why? Because gasoline supply is at basically none. So if it were, say they were all full, gasoline had the least, then it would be turned off right now also. You'd be trying to conserve the value of the lowest resource one. Kerosene is totally full. Not totally full. Kerosene has got 16k, which is less than acetylene. So one pump wants to work, but the second doesn't, because it's losing to acetylene. So acetylene is green, green, red, 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 green. With this setup, one should always be red, green, one should always be green, green, and one should always be red, red. No, with what I just set up, Julio, it's just gonna do what I just said. I mean, we can test it, like... I imagine as soon as the acetylene's burned through enough that the kerosene supply is higher, it should switch. Then it might do a weird thing where it, like, tries to burn them both at the same time, though, which would be weird. If that does happen, I'll just make kerosene the dominant one. Should be switching over very, very soon. And of course, right as I say that, there's a pure sand shortage, but I can't test it. Well, gasoline just arrived. That should change the pump logic. Now gasoline has the most supply and it wants to work. And kerosene is the one that's trying to take a back seat. And acetylene is in second place. So as soon as the acetylene that's in the pipes right now runs out, it'll switch over to gasoline, which, again, this is kind of a logical strategy, I guess, but it doesn't take into consideration things like the fuel value of the different fluids, or the like the value in what the recipe, what the entity can be used in otherwise. Kerosene is just fuel. Gasoline can be used for like explosives and other types of reactions. And acetylene can be used to mine stuff, but there is a difference in fuel value as well. Now we've got two stations that are just named Requester Chest for Glass. That's why it's confusing me with different trains. Here comes our sand. Just want to confirm that it changes over properly without bugging out and costing tons of UPS, trying to oscillate really, really quite rapidly between different fluid values with both pumps. I could probably remember how to set up like a simple SR latch or something, so that they do use this logic and they burn whichever one has the most available supply, but they do it until they've, you know, gone from first place to third place instead of constantly reorienting their position. Would have been nice if I had left the pumps a little bit further apart so that they could actually show off their little indicator on the side. Oh, gasoline's burning. So right there, the acetylene quietly bowed out from trying to maintain control of the pump, and without that logic it would have just burned out until it was completely dry. And then when it was finally empty, a different fluid would take its place. But this way, they're trying to like balance each other a little bit, at least. You can also do like a combinator multiplier, like to adjust for their fuel value. I wanted to. This is what I'm worried about when they're all super close together like this. We might see some somewhat weird logic. As long as they're fueled, I don't really care. And now we're burning acetylene. I know, how's it able to have two different fluids in the pipe at the same time, right? Okay, that's what I don't want. I want them turned off. Oh, they won. Clever bastards beat me. You know what it is? I bet they managed to get their values to the exact same. Because I didn't use less than or equal to, I used less than. So they're probably exactly equal, two of them. Probably the acetylene and the gasoline managed to get to exactly... Can I, like, see the actual full number? 17,477. 17,477. Sneaky bastards. I have 3 fluids in one pipe. I think it counts the fluid that is in the entities that burn it as a fuel as if they're part of the pipeline, because this is a special type of entity that like is a pipe and can pass fluid through. I think that's the only reason it's showing 3 different values here. Like if you look at the actual pipe itself, it's only showing acetylene. Not showing all this other stuff. So the other numbers are probably what's still in some of the machines. Like they're all burning different things. Gasoline here, kerosene here, acetylene here. So I think that's what it's displaying. But it's not doing any weird UPS stuff like I was worried about. I'm glad I didn't leave it, though, just to let it deadlock with the greater than. I'll also leave a note on whether this is a reasonable thing to do. To talk more about. It is a lot of pumps for... Well, to be honest, I learned an interesting lesson today from watching some of Rygaard's Pyanodons run. I've always kind of hated top-up valves. And underflow. Wait, so we have overflow? Underflow. And every time I've ever read them, I've just been like, what's the point? Allows flow when output is under 80%. Like, allows flow when input is over 80%. And I've always only ever evaluated it on like a straight line. Like, I'm doing a pipe. Do I want it to do this? No. I'm doing this. So don't do that. But the thing is, if you use them together, they can do something very similar to what I was just trying to do with pumps. Say you have 3 sources, and you put something like this allows you to have a peaceful changeover. So right now kerosene is flowing, just like with the pump situation. It will flow forever, right? Because this fluid can't go in there because there's a different fluid in there. But if the supply of kerosene were to go down, and then get consumed, like now this is closed. Flow rate of 0. Well, they're both saying flow rate of 0, but it should be closed, right? Because it's at 62% supply. Here, let's just pump into a void. Actually, I can just do a void. Well, the thing that's interesting about this to me is that it doesn't require pumps, logic, or potentially UPS. But to me, the use case is really strange. I just really prefer vanilla pipes. Plus these cost parts and stuff. Anyway, this thing's working. Except that we don't have enough sand. I could turn this into sand. I swear there was something like more direct you could use stone for. I'm probably thinking of the gravel. You go gravel. There it is, yeah. Gravel, sand. This is the same loop that created the pure sand in the first place. And then we've come full circle. There, it's almost a circle. More of a diamond. Getting close. Yeah, so stone becomes, gravel becomes, sand becomes pure sand becomes nothing, but as a byproduct of the recipe that makes the powdered quartz. I guess it's not really a circle at all, is it? Because it's coming from the quartz mining. But still, this is involved in the use of it. It's almost enough. It's 80% capable of self-sustaining the, Interesting. I could import a lot less pure sand if I did this. So the way I'm reading it, it's if I have none, there's nothing showing up at all. If I add 1, we're producing 2 out of the 2.5 pure sand that we need, so we're at 80%. But we're also generating a surplus of 0.5 regular sand. Now I kind of want to... I really should have wrapped up already, but... I am making molten glass. I want... This is... Because this is a circle, like a... The product that I'm making makes some of the products that I'm using. This is maybe a perfect example of a situation where we can use the matrix solve. Maybe I can learn how to finally do it in this thing. And I know how many machines I have. Glass works. Left side contains the unconstrained items. Unrestricted. Which one do I want to click? The weakest? Like the least important resource or the most important resource? I just don't understand this mechanic. I have to assume this is for the cares, like the cost of running the machines. Crap. Now I just like broke it completely? Or what? I don't know. I don't really understand what the matrix solver here is supposed to have just taught me that I didn't basically already... I mean, I didn't do the washer... 25 washing machines and 21 jaw crushers. All I have is 10 jaw crushers? 2 ball mills? Oh, right, sure. Yeah, like the purple one. Or the blue one. Okay. Well, we better have glass now. Like if I look at science... Okay, that's the last thing I want to do. I want to go put my science lab, or science packs into the science area. I'm still holding on to 1028 logistical science facts. And science broke again. For the same reason. Right. Oh, I actually didn't finish this. Dang it. I was working here. Not there. I was working like a couple over. Here. Trying to switch this over to the 4X laboratory equipment. But I couldn't because, I think at the time we didn't have any optical sets. And the optical sets weren't running because we didn't have any glass. That's how I went down this rabbit hole. Also, I summoned 2 trains. Whoops. Well, 221 hours in. This is quite a base. Look at the size of it. I want to find that one website where you can like take super high resolution pictures of your map so that you can like click move around like it's Google Earth or whatever. There are 3,000 barrels with 50 fluid in them. That's 150,000 fluid. And it's only taking up that little space there. That's pretty good. We're gonna get a little burst of the logistics. Is logistics really the best next research though? Like, do we have the resources to actually benefit from Red Belt? I doubt it. Personally. Watch it go burr! If we could just maintain this pace, it would be done in 20 minutes. We have another turd to talk about? Goody. Which one is it? What's the entity? We get a second wood processing one? I thought we already had one related to wood. Well, most likely, yeah, just turn wood into lacquer resin and then lacquer resin plus treated wood into Formica directly. I'm strongly suspecting that the next circuit board is going to be a real pain in the ass. Worse than the first. interesting. He's making the small parts here. I'm guessing that there's a good supply, but there's a problem with the speed of the inserters. Not running all the time. Oh, it only has half of the coils that it wants. That's why. But we have wood right there, so this is an easy fix. That will make 16 per second, which is enough. So I have to double check that the insertion speed is quickly happening. 8 per second, this does over 9. This machine has nowhere near enough sticks to support it now. That's the problem. We would need another machine. We're at 80% now. And that's not to mention what this is leaching from the coil production. Which isn't much, but not running constantly. Oh geez, we only have 40% of the gears also. But I'm sure it was all ratioed originally to like not need to be having full uptime. So it's kind of pointless to try to fix it. Except that it's kind of fun. Now I've got 80% gears and 80% bolts. Now it's making a lot of crap. Look at all that crap coming off the belt. Now I can definitely ramp up the science instruments with extra parts available. Although I could have just imported my own, but... It would be kind of nice if rate calculator... Well, I guess... In theory, this is what production rates calculator extreme is supposed to do. Like, tell you the actual percent of uptime. It's estimating 5.33, which is about 50%, a little more than 50%, which I think if you factor in the stolen coils from the... if this were running non-stop, and actually eating 6 of the coils when I'm producing 16, we'd be at 62.5%, but then we're also being blocked by this thing. So yeah, probably somewhere around 50-ish%. Yeah. Yeah, I'm wrapping up. For real, for sure, for sure. But we're just one electric engine unit away from making more stuff. We just need all these things. We need rotors and stators and, you know, lubricant for fun times. So you see the problem here. This one's still burning acetylene because the supply of acetylene is good. So that's why my setup was better. I'm going to assume that it's not stupid, and I'm going to copy it to this setup too. Two off. You are working, disabled, working. Perfect. We should have the most supply of kerosene. It is kerosene at 23, gasoline at 23, but close. Yeah, they're kind of pivoting right now. This was after I changed it to less thinner. Yeah. I think I'm gonna also save this as like a... Okay, wrapping up. Just one more turn. Now the acetylene value can recover and we can actually mine whatever... What is it that you mine with acetylene? Lead and titanium. Yeah, those are important. We need those. These are the old recipe. 2x rubber stoppers. But we have 4x. Oh, I saw latex in like one of these containers actually. That's made right here. Double the fork stopper yield. Although I'm assuming that we need the latex to make this, whatever this is, the rubber. So it's not actually available. Still. Yeah, I'm gonna wrap up. For real. For sure, for sure, for real, for real. I feel like this brick has done really well for us this whole playthrough, but it's also super unratioed at this point. Because all of the different upgrades and recipes and things have all changed, and it's just like so dated. Yeah, as expected, I was gonna say the equipment chassis, these things feel like they are slow, and they are. I'll just fix one more thing. I think that's probably enough inserters. Okay, successfully downgraded back down to nearly nothing. Just got what we needed. And now we should be making a lot more. .65 extra. It's pretty nuts how much better the burner assembly 2 is. Still. I think they should have made the automated factory like have modules or something earlier. Like it shouldn't be this late and we still, well, it is one module slot, but we don't have any modules to put in it yet. Okay. Have a good night. Thanks a lot, Talk More, for making me play all day. Alright, see you guys soon. Have a good night.